Good morning, Chair. I shall do the roll call, Chair, because we are correct, Chair. Ms. Motsikatsi. Ms. Motsikatsi is on the platform, Chair. Mr. Chance.
I'm present.
Mr. Mdluli.
I'm present.
Mr. Thring. Ms. Motsikatsi, you want to confirm your attendance?
Present.
Thanks. Mr. Thring? He's on the platform as well, Chair. Dr. Kigaba?
Yes, I'm present. Thank you.
Mr.
Morning,
Gama?
Chair, morning, colleagues. Sorry, I was struggling to unmute.
No problem, Mr. Thring. Mr. Gama?
Good morning to everybody. Yes, I'm present, Andre.
Those are members currently on the platform, Chair. Other members may still join us, and we do have apologies, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Can we fly the agenda? And then can we request members to move and second and move the agenda?
I move the adoption of the agenda, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kigaba moves, and then any seconder?
I second.
Mr. Mdluli.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. I second.
Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues. So
Recording in progress.
The briefing by the DTIC on the second and the third quarter financial and non-financial performance for financial year 2025-26. The purpose of the meeting is for the committee to receive briefing from the DTIC on its second and third quarter financial and non-financial performance, given the available resources for 2025 financial year. Oversight of their performance is an extension of the Section 5 of the Money Bill Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act 9 of 2005. This section of the Act requires the National Assembly, through its committee, to annually assess the performance of each national department over an 18-month period and submit a report of the assessment known as the Budgetary Review and Recommendation, a BRRR report. I will now invite the leader of the delegation to proceed as per the agenda to deliver the report. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. I've not been able to check. However, I believe we were meant to be joined by DM Abrams. And if she is on the platform, I would like to afford her, with your permission, Chair, the opportunity maybe to say a word if she's on. Otherwise, we will go straight into the report again, with your permission, Chair. Is the DM online?
She's on the platform.
Yes. No, thank you, DG, and good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the members. All protocol observed. If I may just make some opening remarks, Chairperson. So the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition is ready to present the Q2 and Q4 performance report of the department and its entities for the 2025-2026 financial year. I think firstly, let me allow me to reaffirm our commitment to accountability and transparency in this process. These quarterly engagements allow us to reflect honestly on what we've achieved and where we have fallen short, and what corrective steps we are taking to ensure that our work advances the apex priority of our government, which is economic growth and job creation. In the second quarter, the department achieved 70% of its planned targets and spent 81.5% of its allocated budget. And in the third quarter, performance did decline, with 41% of targets achieved and 80% of the budget spent. And at entity level, 68% of the entities achieved at least 80% of their targets in quarter two. However, this did decline to 63% in quarter three. Now, the department will continue to implement its core mandate, and honourable members will be taken through the achievements, the primary reasons for the underperformance, and of course, what corrective action is being taken when the DG does present. I think it's important to note that the challenges have not been ignored, but corrective action is in place. And Chairperson, our entities remain a critical extension of the department's mandate. And while some entities, performed well, others did challenge. But as I mentioned before, corrective action is being taken. In the broader economic context in which we operate, it remains complex. In the broader economic context in which we operate, it remains complex. Global uncertainty and supply chain disruptions, geopolitical tensions, and domestic structural constraints continue to exert pressure on growth and industrial expansion. Yet within this environment, our responsibility is clear: to use every policy lever available to stimulate investment and protect industrial capacity and support job creation. Chairperson, we welcome the robust and constructive engagements from this committee, and it's only through collaboration that our collective efforts translate into tangible outcomes for businesses, workers, and communities across South Africa. So with your permission, Chairperson, I'll now hand over to the DG to lead the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DM. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. And to the members, DM, thank you for the opening remarks. Next slide. Chair, am I the only one, or are the slides gone? Okay, thank you very much. So this is the overview of how we have structured the presentation. Next slide. We've packaged this in a manner that is based on a results and outcomes-driven approach. We provide a high-level summary of the performance trends, and focus is placed on key achievements, progress, challenges recorded in the reporting period in relation to outputs as planned, resources applied, and outcomes achieved. The detailed performance information is provided to the committee in Annexure C and D for reference, and we will duly ensure that if there are questions that need to access those annexures can be answered from there. DM has already spoken to the overall global and domestic economic outlook. The country, as the President did indicate in the State of the Nation address, has seen marginal but positive economic growth, quarter-on-quarter, year-on-year, for 4 quarters in a row since 2018. We have also breached that 1% growth level. The economy for years has been growing below 1%. And in the third quarter, it grew just about 1.3, 1.4%, and hoping that we will sustain into quarter four and into this financial year. Considering into the next financial year, considering that the target that we have from an MTDP point of view is to grow the economy at 3.5%. So the trajectory is positive, but it is not yet at the desired levels. And our intention is to use all levers available to the department and government as a whole, and the cluster in particular, to drive activities and actions that will enable the attainment of this objective within the term of the 7th administration, if not earlier. Chair, the country's credit rating status has marginally improved from an investment grading point of view. We've been removed from the FATF leaf as well as from the EU blacklist. And in the third quarter, the country created more jobs than it lost for the first time in many years. And so, as things stand, the economic trajectory is on a positive footing. And we hope that when we report quarter four, cumulatively for the year, we will have an even better performance level. Slide. Next slide, please. I think this still speaks to the growth trajectory. The current trade surplus is sitting at 75 billion rands, which is an improvement of just about 32 billion compared to the previous cluster. And though manufacturing exports are struggling due to the hike in US tariffs, but broadly, many other sectors have done quite well. And now, with the extension of AGOA, albeit for a year, we look forward to even improved growth in these export sectors. Next slide. Vacancies in the department, both compared from a funded and unfunded point of view. From a funded point of view, it's sitting at 16%, unfunded is 14%. In trying to stabilize, there has been appointments that have been done additional to establishment that are sitting at about 32 posts. Chair, I think our biggest challenge at the moment is closing out with the DPSA on the appointment of the 3 DDG positions that we were ready to take to cabinet for appointment, and we are currently having some challenges that we are working and have escalated the matter for resolution to the ministers. Next slide. Further detail in this regard in relation to the total vacancies within the department. Currently completing batch 5 or starting batch 5 of recruitment, which will allow us to, by the end of the financial year, have advertised about 182 key positions that we prioritized by the branches that are at various stages of completion and appointment. We are going to continue with this trajectory of capacitating the department, including the reopening of foreign economic offices, for which we have completed the interviews. We are currently training a pool of 21 candidates and also putting them through the security vetting processes. From those 21, based on the budget available, we will be able to deploy about 12 of those into key priority markets that have been predetermined by the department and its partners, including DECO, to ensure that we provide the support to our companies in those markets after years of absence of foreign economic representatives. At the very latest, Chair, most, if not all of the 12 candidates should be in position by the 1st of June, once they've completed their training, have been vetted, and the actual selection of the 12 takes place. Next slide. In the entities, we have also continued to support them by ensuring that their boards are properly and optimally appointed, where they are acting roles, CEOs, we have made those appointments. There are a few that are outstanding that currently are either with Minister for final approval, and we are hoping that by the end of the financial year, we should have the CEO at the National Credit Agency also appointed, who should have completed the interviews for the National Regulatory and Certification NRCS entity also appointed, and also ECIC, we should have completed by the end of the financial year. And depending on the appointment of a member from Social Affairs as a department, Social Services, we should also be able to complete the appointment of the National Gambling Board as a process. Next slide. In terms of Q2 performance, Chair, we had a total of 72 indicators for the year 25-26. For the second quarter, we had 30 that we were targeted and 34 for the third quarter. we achieved 21 in the second and 13 in the third, and that amounts to a performance level of 70% for quarter two, 81% for quarter two, and 80. I'm mixing up my budget performance and my indicators, apologies, sir. From an APP target point of view, it's 70% for quarter two and 40 for quarter three. And then in terms of the allocated budget and the spend, we spent 81% of the budget in quarter two and 80 in quarter three. Next slide. In terms of the entities achieving 80% as a minimum, we had 32% of the entities not achieving 80%, which means 68 did. And there was a marginal regression in terms of performance in quarter three, and the detail is provided in the next slide in terms of which entities performed how. So the commission just sitting at just under 80 at 75, ECIC at 50%, ITC at 43, ITEC also at 63, and the NCR at 75 with NEF at 71, and ultimately NRCS at 63. Those are the entities that did not achieve the 80% requirement. Chair, at every stage, at every quarter, within the department and with the entities, once we have reviewed and audited performance, we do follow up with each DDG and CEO, and quite often Minister will also engage with the chairs of the board to discuss mitigation and corrective measures in relation to the non-performance. And we hold each other to account, as it were, not only on a quarterly basis, but through established forums, monthly reporting forums and accountability forums that Minister quite often hosts, where the chairs, the CEOs and the DDGs, including DG, all participate in reviewing and committing to improvements of performance in their respective areas of responsibility and competence. Next slide. Chair, we now move to the highlights in terms of the department's performance, starting with the AFCTA, which will also be covered under the butterfly strategy a bit later on. But the African continent constitutes more than a quarter of all our exports globally, and therefore it is the backbone of our economic stability and well-being as a country. It's an important market to the extent that this is where we export value-added manufactured goods and not so much primary goods. Yes, there is some agricultural trade, but much of it is based on value-added manufactured goods, which is supporting our industrial base and providing the necessary capabilities for the country's future growth. The country has completed its protocols and domesticated them in terms of the ones enabling women and youth in trade, as well as competition, has been approved. The AFCTA itself, after years of stalling around the rules of origin, by October last year managed to resolve and agree, particularly in relation to autos and clothing and textiles, and that will enable the trade that is required in those sectors. South Africa is busy negotiating an auto pact with Egypt, Morocco, and Algeria for the strengthening of auto-related regional value chains and cooperation between itself and those countries in developing and accessing those markets for our industry, whilst establishing some capability in some of them as well. The South African exports under FCTA preferences reached 2.2 billion the period given, and we continue to fulfill various responsibilities and engage in processes that are aimed, one, at modernizing SACU as a customs union. We hope to see a report tabled by an independent consultant in the person of the African Development Bank around April, May this year to the senior officials meeting and then ultimately to the ministerial in June, so that when we hand over the chairperson of SACU to the next candidate, we will have a ministerially approved approach on how to modernize SACU into a customs union that is focused less on disbursement from the revenue pool and more on the creation of economic infrastructure and regional value chains and trade. South Africa also has the responsibility by default of the challenges that have befallen Madagascar recently, the responsibility of chairing SADC that will happen this year as well as the next year, which was the round that we were due to chair as a country in. And we will use the chairpersonship of SACU and SADC to advance national interest and economic activities in the region for the benefit of not only the people of South Africa, but the region as a whole. Next slide. I think before we go to the next slide, for the benefit of the committee, please go back. I think it's important, Chair, not to neglect developments with the US in this regard, to state that the negotiations are ongoing, currently held back by challenges in relation to the certificates that have to be issued to the US for the import of poultry. And we await a date from the US to continue those negotiations. We believe that our team has put the best possible offer, both in terms of the tariff that are being looked at, the tariff lines, but also the country program that is also being looked into in this regard. South Africa has also signed the Economic Partnership Agreement with China recently, and we will report on that to the committee as further engagements will take place later this month when the Binational Commission is held with China on 26th of March. Next slide. We also participated in and led in our respective stream on trade and investment in the G20, acclaimed by now to have been a very well managed and successfully executed outcome. South Africa used its chairpersonship to promote the continued support for multilateral systems globally, the role of the WTO. And we hosted a ministerial on the sidelines, a WTO ministerial on the sidelines of the G20, where there was overwhelming support for some of the views that South Africa espoused. And this commitment to the WTO culminated in December with South Africa announcing that it would support or at least not stand in the way of consensus in the WTO in relation to the investment and facilitation for development instruments that are being negotiated in the WTO in the form of a plurilateral that has now received support from many of the members, with the exception of two being India and Turkey, that we hope would come around and support this, hopefully at the ministerial in Yaoundé later this month when the ministers meet for MC14. Next slide. We also completed the Clean Trade Investment Partnership with the EU, which unlocks or at least avails a commitment of no less than 12 billion euros in investment and trade. That will include, amongst others, the enabling and empowerment of the country to commence its work around new energy vehicles and specifically the electric batteries that are required for this purpose. We have negotiated a derogation and cumulation agreement with the EU that allows for the initial stages of this process to recognize batteries that come in our preference from South Korea, but assembled as part of vehicles in South Africa and exported from here, so that they enter the EU as though they are of the country of origin, South Africa, and give us the competitive advantage that we require in that market from an NEV point of view. That is something that we will be able to do for the next 2 to 3 years, at which point the country should have developed its own battery manufacturing capabilities, or at least have licenses to do so and assemble those in the country for trade in that aspect to continue. The package is basically meant to assist South Africa to transition its industry and make it greener and more climate friendly, whilst empowering it also from an industrialization point of view. And we have commenced discussions with other countries like Switzerland on how to optimize the same agreement, even though they themselves don't fall within the EU in this regard. Next slide. On special economic zones, Chair, we continue to work on optimizing this framework in the best benefit of the country and the economy. Of the 12 economic zones that have been promulgated, gazetted, 8 have been very successfully operationalized and are continuing to do the work that they need to do, attract investors where there is still scope for that, and to contribute to the country's economy and exports. 4 are facing challenges, and these are known to the committee. We have discussed them in various forms or guises. Those like Musina Mokado, Bujanala, which has not yet been even designated, Maluti Apufung, where we are beginning some interventions in this regard, as well as Namakwa, where we still have one major investor. However, the highlights are that within Kucha, we have seen the commencement or the intended commencement of the final stages of development of the green ammonia project. This project is one of those that, for instance, may benefit from the CTIP and 12 billion euros investment that I spoke about in a slide earlier. We have included it in our discussions with the EU to invest in it further. The Gauteng provincial government has submitted its application for the designation of the VAL SEZ, and Minister is considering that. And the National Energy Regulator has approved application by Cape Oceans Terminals for a combined license to build a petroleum storage battery facility at Freeport Farandana. So that work continues. In Dube Trade Port, Mahindra seeks to move from being a semi-knockdown plant to CKD, and the work is being done to ensure that the volumes there continue to grow, and Mahindra domesticates its work and instead of being a semi-knockdown facility. And Atlantis signed an MOU with the CSIR, partnering in advancing the science of sustainable manufacturing. Some of these pictures speak to that. Next slide. Cross-border and technical trade link corridors, primarily Komati is on the lead in this regard, enabled by 3 instruments. One, in the BNC that was held in December last year, we signed an economic cooperation agreement with Mozambique, on the back of which the IDC hosted PMU on industrial zone programs, facilitated the signing of the MOU in this regard in relation to SEZ specifically. The IZP itself has signed an MOU with Moz Parks, which runs the industrial parks in Mozambique, to establish collaborative arrangements to develop and operationalize SEZ-based cross-border value chain collaboration and economic activities. And we finally have a tenant for the Nkomazi SEZ in the form of DP World, who will be the anchor tenant, who are expediting activities for the establishment of their facility within Nkomazi, to the point where they are already going to be setting up temporary structures even before the construction has started, as they are quite eager to start with operations. And so some of the cold chain facilities that are required from an agro-processing and pre-export activities will be enabled by those temporary facilities, containerized cold rooms and so on, while the superstructure or the top structures are being built and eventually will be utilized for that purpose. This SEZ positions us quite strongly in terms of integrating activities from within the KZN province, Mpumalanga and Gauteng, and even Limpopo, aggregating at the SEZ, including from Swaziland. DP World has a concession to manage a terminal in the Maputo harbor, and they will be using this SEZ as a staging facility for exports into the Gulf, as it were. We have included Nyanza. I think the team may have run out of space, but we're so eager to announce this, and they've included it in this slide. It probably belongs in the previous slide. In October 2025, the African Development Bank has announced that its board of directors has approved the financing of Nyanza, which will be the first African titanium dioxide pigment factory located in Richards Bay. Chair, for all intents and purposes, the DTIC has completed its processes around Nyanza. The IDC is also in final stages. By the time this project is executed and completed, it will amount to actually the biggest investment in the country since we did TASES and Ford in the years between 2020 and 2022. Just on its own, Nyanza accounts to 15 billion rand of investment in one facility. It's a key investment, Chair, in that it is amongst the first stages of minerals beneficiation that we have been talking about for years. It also opens up the door. For instance, I spoke about CTIP, the EU, the derogation and accumulation work around batteries. One of the byproducts from this facility will enable the establishment of lithium-ion battery capabilities, probably within the first 2 or 3 years of operation of this facility once the processes have been optimized. And we are quite clear about the grade and nature of those byproducts in relation to their utility for lithium-ion batteries. Chair, in terms of investments, year to date, we are sitting at 251 billion rands, with slow Q2 at 17, and higher performance in the third quarter. Much of this information can be found in the relevant annexes. We list some of the investments that have taken place, but there are no less than 20 investments that have cumulatively given us that amount of 225 billion in this regard. Next slide. We continue to have various forms of interaction at a national level, bi-nationally so. This refers to work that we are doing with the Turkey Africa Business Forum, where Deputy President Minister, including Minister of International Relations, participated in a visit to Turkey that included a B2B engagements, and InvestSA facilitated various activities, including engagements with SEZs and other companies in Turkey. which is one of the leading growing European markets at the moment. Next slide. Some of the activities by Investors A in the last 2 quarters, including the roundtable with Switzerland, as it were, and the launch of a strategic partnership in the form of a service center, an office in China, in the Shenzhen Nanshan district, which we opened in November last year. This office does not replace the need for FERs and economic counselors in both Beijing and Shanghai, but adds to that capability in collaboration with China on market access and the promotion of South African capabilities and offerings in China. And so we use every available avenue and lever to us to try and enhance the opportunities of our traders in various markets. Slide. The National Industrial Policy served in Cabinet only last week, having had a false start in December. And we've received guidance from Cabinet on how to enhance this document. We shall be taking it back to Cabinet before the end of the financial year. Suffice to say that this document, even though it only went to Cabinet in December and earlier or later in February, is already a pillar of the Cabinet approved and adopted growth and inclusive economic growth strategy. It's one of the 3 pillars within that strategy or policy. And to that end, its execution had started on the key elements that were executable but needed to be formally adopted and considered by Cabinet in this regard. And we continue to do work to unlock the cannabis hemp and cannabis sector. And we are pleased that the Department of Justice has finally issued the regulations for comment, as that was one of the key regulatory inhibitors of progress in this regard. Next slide. On the sector side, we just give an overview of some of the work that has been done in enhancing competitiveness and job creation using various instruments that are available to the department. If you take diamond shipyards, that's the use of the National Industrial Participation Program, which diamond would have been an obligor at the time of the acquisition of naval patrol vessels for the Navy in collaboration or for the benefit of the RUTEC group of companies, which are companies that are in the South African defense and aerospace sector. And that work continues using that instrument as it were. Same applies to SAP GreenTech in Sweden, SWAP Sweden, using the old GreenTech facilities in South Africa for the continued or for the commencement of the manufacturing of 3D printed antennas that will, over the next 5 years, generate just about R500 million in revenues. In the rail sector, led by the Department of Transport, and in the attempt to increase the rolling stock that is required to unlock our logistical capabilities, whilst Transnet and TNPA address the harbour issues, it has already been announced that Traction will provide some of that rolling stock, some of which will, in the initial stages, be imported, but we are working hard to designate and enforce both localization as well as national industrial participation through some of these transactions, so that we arrest and stop some of the leakage and see some of that work done in South Africa, as it were. Next slide. Localization, another key takeaway, is the takeover of the old SGB power matla facilities by Actom as approved by the Competition Commission. That launch was done as well. And on the capital equipment side, KSB launched the proudly South African manufactured self-priming wastewater pump with the DTI working hard in market access for them, but at the same time ensuring that there is import replacement of all the items that are used to manufacture that pump. Next slide. We continue to do our work on the various master plans, which are at various stages of execution and facing various challenges. The DTIC, if I recall well, is managing about 8 of those master plans, with others sitting in other departments. And we spent, for instance, the day yesterday with the sugar community in addressing some of the challenges that are widely known in this regard. Next slide. That speaks to more master plans, taking us to 7. In the automotive sector, we continue with a review of APDP. We've completed the modeling and received that presentation on Monday from the experts in this regard. And I think when we report at the end of Q4, the changes that are required will have been gazetted and maybe even initiated, depending on the final bit of work that needs to be done on the modeling. Next slide. Last one on steel. And there are various measures that are currently being implemented and investigated by ITEC, noting the work that has also been done by the department and the IDC in managing the negotiations with AMSA, which should come to fruition by the end, not of this financial year, but calendar year, aiming at about October. For an outcome that is in the national interest, as mandated by the minister to the IDC. Next slide. On the regulatory front, Chair, we have reported the work that we've been doing. I think it is still important to note that the provincial consultations on both the liquor sector and the gambling sector had previously been challenged by an inability to convene and sit between national and province for the longest of times. And Minister has, in the last 12 months, successfully hosted 2 provincial consultations and intersections in the form of the National Liquor Council and the National Gambling Council that have set and considered the various policy considerations and reforms that are required to optimally regulate and stabilize both sectors. And the work is beginning to show in the outcomes and the impact that this is having. And so it is that the regulations branch, ably led by DTJ Masocha, continues to engage with the ministry and the sectors to ensure that we improve, as it were, the ecosystem, particularly in these 3 areas that quite are often of great and grave concern. Members would have seen recent announcements of collaboration between the National Gambling Board and NSFAS to address some of the challenges occasioned on our students and beneficiaries of NSFAS by challenges in relation to gambling. And so, Chair, we will tighten our responsibilities and our execution thereof in the next few months and ensure that all these sectors operate within the ambit of the law, but continue to do so profitably and create the jobs that are required whilst minimizing the harm to society as optimally as possible. Next slide. These are some of the engagements that were held. Next slide. Again, further regulatory work that is undertaken, that is processed by the departments based on applications received. Focuses on the space of the regulation of homes for people of age, and we receive various applications, consider them, approve or disapprove depending on the merits of the application itself. Next slide. As well as fulfilling our role in terms of the Merchandise Marks Act, the use of the flag and other signs that are used for branding and different effects. And so it is that the department continues to enforce that act, also in protecting the use of various items, as I said, like the flag, the coat of arms, and other logos that may be used legally and otherwise to try and make sure that there is some order in how of these items are utilized by different companies. Some of them would claim that products are produced in South Africa and just put a flag, and so sometimes we will receive not applications but objections to the use of such items, and we would investigate, and having investigated, go back and make rulings that either permit or disapprove the same. Next slide. From an incentives point of view, approvals and disbursements over the time, incentives branch has approved in excess of 2.4 billion rands. That will secure about 26 billion rands over the next 2 to 5 years. And in the process create roughly about 2,000 new jobs and 6,000 new digital jobs, and generate exports. Specifically, much of this would be in the services sector, which, despite our challenges in their funding, continue to perform quite well as a sector, and we hope to be able to resolve some of those challenges in the near future. Next slide. In terms of the spatial distribution of these disbursements, we provide this graphic that provides the indication of how much has been disbursed to beneficiaries that sit in which province and geographic location. Therefore, as you can see, leading is KZN and Western Cape at 59. From a GBS point of view, Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal at 12, and indicating where the project is located in more than one province. And so the first one on the bottom right in the table is one beneficiary with facilities in KZN and the Western Cape. That's the amount of benefit. And then another beneficiary with operations in Gauteng, KZN, and Western Cape, and so on and so on. But it shows that there is a distribution. This distribution, in as much as we try to be deliberate about it, Chair, is largely influenced by applications that are received. And so part of the work that we need to do is awareness, advocacy, and capacitation of SMMEs and beneficiaries in the areas that we are underperforming in, so that they will not only just know about the DTIC and its incentives, but also be in a position to successfully apply for incentives when they do require to do so. Next slide. It speaks to GBS. I think we have engaged the committee on the film sector in the recent past. It's another one of those challenged services sectors that the DTIC supports. And at this stage, we're engaged in discussions with Presidency and National Treasury on how to resolve part of the funding constraints that are associated with this sector, which is one of the more absorptive sectors from an employment creation and job creation point of view. Next slide. Total value of exports to the rest of the world sit at 67 billion, and to the continent at about 86 billion. And the different graphs show and indicate performance across the top 5 export products. You can see that primary goods continue to be fundamental to our basket of exports, sitting with platinum, gold, and chromium. But you have some manufactured goods, particularly in the automotive space. And then by destination, China continues to lead. And we will continue to do the work that needs to be done to diversify our trade in terms of export destinations, products that are exported, and even the actual exporters themselves, to the extent that this provides an opportunity for transformation and empowerment and access to these markets by all traders in South Africa, but particularly Black-owned companies that are up and coming should be assisted to access various markets and form part of these value chains in the form of exports, as it were. Next slide. Some of this work is enabled by what we call export development activities, which includes, amongst others, training and support that is provided. And there are various activities that take place in collaboration with various countries. In this case, we highlight the work that we are doing with the UK in this regard, where a total of 38 emerging exporters have been selected for 2 priority sectors, being green technology and agro-processing. And they are receiving support through trade exhibitions, trade missions, market readiness training. And we hope to see them in future being amongst the many exporters that we will be supporting as a department. And so some of the activities from an export development point of view are detailed further in the same slide. And we state that we supported 300 entities to be capacitated in exporting skills by delivering strong trade ties with Germany. And so there we've had visits by some of our companies to some of the best German exporters to learn from and benchmark on how best to capacitate themselves as SMMEs upcoming. And as you can see, Chair, the majority of all our participants continue to contribute to the country's imperative of empowerment of both previously disadvantaged in every element in terms of race, gender, and youth. Next slide. Export promotion. So we've dealt with development in the form of training. Then there is promotion, which takes various forms, from outward going selling missions, inward selling missions, trade missions, national pavilions, as well as B2B engagements. And here we cite Turkey, which we have already spoken to earlier on. Next slide. Transformation and inclusion. 3 primary levers that we are citing for this purpose. We are citing the equity equivalent program, which has seen various applications, including those by fiberglass, who are topping up their EIP by 25 million. So this is a return customer, so to speak, who's further committing themselves to, the program to the tune of 25 million rand over the next few years. A total of 147 million was dispersed under the EIP quarter 2 and 3 to support Black-owned enterprises and SMMEs in various sectors with particular focus on autos and ICT. And Chair, in order to optimize the state's monitoring and execution in relation to EIPs, you will notice that in future there will be an arrangement that is currently being negotiated between ourselves and the Department of Communications to ensure that the reporting is aligned, the monitoring is aligned, and the impact is also optimally monitored in this regard. We've had our recent engagements, DG to DG, between the two departments, working towards tightening that space of ICT. As you know, there is a sectorial code through which ICT players commit. But when they start reporting, they try to separate their reporting in a manner that undermines government's ability to see and monitor optimally their performance. And so the two departments have met and are working on optimizing that role of overseeing the performance of those players in that sector. The Transformation Fund, I'm sure members would have seen announcements coming out of AfriExim as attended and launched by the President. And thank you, Chair, for your support by attending the same event, where AfriExim pledged over the next 3 to 5 years about $3 billion to the Transformation Fund. We continue to engage with other contributors, whilst at the same time working on operationalizing the fund. Some of the activities that you would have noted recently are legislative and regulatory amendments that are currently out for public comment in the form of Statement 400, which will enable the aggregation of funds from different sources and allow us to also engage with SARS and National Treasury how to optimally structure this in a manner that is compliant. At the same time, the SPV that will house the Transformation Fund has been established and incubated under the NEF, and NEF has also achieved, if I'm correct, it's a Category 2 license that is meant to be applied and used for the Transformation Fund, which once fully established, as I indicated, will then be a standalone entity with its own board, for which members are being currently solicited for appointment by various or from various stakeholders. Social Employment Fund, total of 40,067 temporary work opportunities created in the period under review, with the participants being 63% youth, 67 female, and 33 male. The number of disabled participants was 1,348, with over 200 million dispersed the third quarter. Next slide. Competition matters. You will notice, Chair, an increase between quarter 2 and 3 from 93 to 121 notifications, with Minister participating on a public interest basis in 11% of those matters in quarter 2 and 3% in quarter 3. Some of the key determinations that have been made and have been publicized is the Vodacom Mazif measure, but there is also the multi-choice one as well, and we also have Susano and Kimberly Clark that went through with their committed performance listed in terms of employment and economic impact. Quarter 2 that impacted just over 5,000 workers who gained shares across various companies in various sectors. 84 billion rands committed to funding women, youth, and SMMEs, and 10,000 or more than 10,000 permanent jobs created in measures and similar activities as approved in quarter 3. 80 million committed to SMMEs, 172 million dispersed overall, 65 permanent jobs created, 9,510 unemployed youth trained under the YES program, with again key guidelines from a regulatory point of view that have been provided to various sectors and instances, as you will see, including the media and digital platform market inquiry, the block exemption on exports, the block exemption on sugar in the second quarter, and in the third quarter, the draft regulations published for public comment on divestiture by the Commission itself, the final block exemption on exports, which started in quarter 2, now completed in quarter 3, and other governance and compliance issues being attended to, as it were. The next slide. Our economic research branch continues to support the department's work and that of its entities through various reports based on research done internally, collaboratively with other entities, and through outsourced capabilities, research houses. And so we've delivered reports for use within the department in relation to potential markets for the automotive sector within the AfCFTA. And so our negotiations for auto pacts with Egypt, Algeria, and Morocco, as stated earlier on, would have benefited from a report of this nature. Potential markets for automotive parts and accessories sector, it's a report that was done locally in terms of how to grow that. Mapping trade and market opportunities in digital trade, a key growth sector that we are looking at, but also one that is enabling across all other sectors. Reports on trade opportunities on the aluminium industry, African market opportunities, as well as bilateral trade reports that get produced by the same set of colleagues and collaborators in this regard. For the 2 and 3 survey reports on Black industrialists, tracking equity turnover and performance, as well as policy dialogues, which form the backbone of the work of the department as the policy department in relation to the country's economy and the various entities that report to it. Next slide. CFO may choose to add on this, but effectively the performance of the department up to the 31st of December, our budget stands at 11 billion as adjusted. We've spent 7.6 as of December 2025. As a percentage of the budget, this amounts to just about 68%, just under. And the disbursements are listed and categorized in the list below, as well as in the pie chart, just to give a sense of where the money has been applied by the department to date. We don't foresee, Chair, that we will underspend as a department, and we be ramping up in this last month in terms of finalizing some of the work that we need to do in this regard. Next slide. It summarizes again by economic classification and program where we stand in relation to the department's performance from a financial point of view. So as at this point, we have got, or end of December, sorry, budget availability at 32%, and no challenges that were of concern at the time of reporting, Chair. Chair, I think this might be the last slide, if I am correct. Yes, thank you very much. Handing over back to you, Chair, for further engagements with the committee, and thanking you in advance for the indulgence and the opportunity to present to yourselves and the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG. I will now invite members to engage with the presentation. Andrew, you'll help me with the hands. Whilst members are still thinking about the questions, DM, In the third quarter, the DTIC has achieved about 40% of its third quarter target, which is 13 out of 34 that we achieved. And we are concerned with this. And perhaps maybe you could explain to us this significant underperformance on your part. And then maybe also DG provide a list of targets that were not achieved. And then probably explain to us why each target was not achieved and what is the impact of this of those targets that are not being achieved on the overall performance of the department, but more importantly, on the performance of the economy. The second thing is that you have two large programs. Program 3, which is investment and special industrial development, as well as Program 6, which is incentives. Now, these programs are key for the department in terms of housing the funding for economic zones and other programs. Now, we do need to take the committee into confidence on the challenges that have been that have led to underspending of these two programs, Program 3 and Program 6. Furthermore, what has been your assessment of the impact of this underspending in the economy? As you know that we are still struggling. If you look at the number of jobs and all other things that we are looking at, we are not really doing as much as we should be doing. And then we also need to know, what are you doing as a department to remedy the delays in the incentive payments? In the case of industry, please give us the reasons for the delay, as well as what are the non-financial support that are given to companies to ensure timely processing of these incentives. I will just wait with those for now to allow members to come through. Maybe the last one could be around just on the vacancies. I know DG, you attempt to say that the 182 posts are going to be filled, and we have been discussing this since October 2025, and can we get a progress of those specifically so that we know whether or not we are moving? So let me allow members to also come in with their questions, and they will help me with their hands.
No problem, Chair. We have Mr. Thring, Chair, Ms. Motsikatsi, and Mr. Chance at the moment.
Okay, in that order.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me also firstly appreciate the presentation, the frankness in which information has been provided to us, as indicated by the DM. Also thank the DG as well for the presentation. Chair, just my few questions. Slide 14, which speaks about all 4 of the G20 priorities were said to have been met. And one of those 4 priorities under South Africa's G20 presidency was WTO reform. So if perhaps DG could be very specific in terms of what was the specific reform that was achieved with regards to the WTO, and what are the 3 reform proposals that were actually submitted to the World Trade Organization. So 2 questions in that one with regards to the G20 priorities and WTO. Then Chair, slide 15 speaks to one of my favorite topics at DTIC, which is beneficiation, and the beneficiation in particular of our critical minerals. In the previous dispensation, I've called for a measuring index, because I noticed that we speak about beneficiation, but there's no monitoring of the progress that we are actually making with regards to beneficiation. Beneficiation is one of government's policies. But sadly, to date, with our high unemployment rate, we have not taken advantage of our comparative and competitive advantages economically that we actually have in the country, particularly with regards to the mineral wealth that South Africa has. We continue to be exporters largely, to a large extent, of raw materials and importers of finished products. And in that also, one would say importers of missed opportunities. Now, can I ask the DG whether there is any plan to put in place a measuring index that can be presented also to this committee to show the progress that we've actually made in monitoring beneficiation across the board, particularly with regards to our critical minerals? And slide 17, DG, is good news in the sense of that titanium dioxide plant and the billions that are invested. This is what is possible if we drive this across the board with regards to some of our other raw materials. So the second question then, Chair, speaks to the measuring index on beneficiation. Perhaps just a comment on Nkomazi. It was a bit of a concern in the previous administration. And I think it's good to hear that we're now finally getting traction at the Nkomazi SEZ. I think that this also has a potential to improve the bilateral trade negotiations and relationships with Mozambique. So just kudos to finally getting the Nkomazi SEZ and an anchor tenant at that SEZ. Then, Chair, I think DG touched very briefly on concerns within, we're looking at the different master plans, and one of them, obviously, is the sugar master plan. He says that there's a lot of concern, and rightfully so, within the sugar industry. But DG, can you take us into confidence in terms of what is the actual plan? Particularly with Tongaat Hewlett said to now going into liquidation, and the possibility of hundreds of thousands of jobs being lost across the value chain, should that actually happen. So what are the concrete plans to save those jobs going forward? Then, Chair, another concern is just with regards to the spatial distribution of disbursements. I may have missed something there, but from those spatial distributions of the disbursements, I know the DG indicated that there needs to be some education and so on that needs to go in, and provinces need to know how to apply, and DTIC needs to do a little bit more in terms of education. But I think of great concern here is that the Northern Cape, of all of the 9 provinces, it looks as if there was 0 disbursements to the Northern Cape. The Northern Cape is one of the poorest in terms of the population, smallest in the country, smallest population per province, just over 1 million people, the largest province in terms of geographical area, the greatest levels of poverty in the province, yet it is one of the richest in terms of mineral deposits. And so I'm struggling to come to terms with why the Northern Cape there were no disbursements for spatial in that spatial distribution, no disbursements to the Northern Cape. And then, Chair, perhaps the second to last question: how's the department as we draw close to the fourth quarter? This phenomenon, which is known as fiscal dumping in South Africa, which results in fruitless, wasteful, and irregular expenditure. How is the department planning to monitor this and prevent fiscal dumping from actually taking place? The DG indicated that he is confident that there will not be an underspending in terms of the budget, but at the same time, we also need to be frugal in terms of ensuring that we do not have fiscal dumping taking place. And then lastly, Chair, in the Annexure B, the DTIC second quarter report, slide 2. It's a little bit telling in terms of departmental performance in that annexure. You know, for trade, 0 targets that were set, and so 0 achieved. The same for exports, 0 set, 0 achieved. And so when looking at targets that are not achieved, the failures seems to be captured in a number of areas. You know, there's a shortfall in investments that have been attracted, no disbursements from the transformation fund. There was a failure to reach targets on job opportunities, failure to reach targets on youth trained with digital skills, failure to reach target on the unemployed trained in digital literacy, and 0 industrial parks developed into competitive infrastructure platforms. So can the DG also speak to that annexure B and these failures, particularly within the economic climate that we currently face? It's just some 1.2, 1.3% GDP growth with the aim of between 3 to 5% if we want to see meaningful growth with meaningful employment opportunities for South Africans. Thank you, Chair.
Member Muskas.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members, DG in our meeting. My question is based on the decline of performance, Chairperson. I think the Chairperson has already alluded to it. But my question to it was, what is the issue in terms of the decline? Because is it as a result of vacancies in the department, or what are the problems? The other question that I also want to pose is that in the presentation, it was presented that the DDU post was not supported by the DPSA, but remains critical. So my question is, what are the reasons for not supporting the post? Whereas we have challenges in the department to be able to perform better. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Chance.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the Deputy Minister and DG for your contributions this morning. I'm partially covered by earlier members' questions, but I do have quite a few additional questions. Just on the jobs created, it's certainly clear that the net jobs created have been concentrated in the Western Cape, with their unemployment rate roughly 10% lower than the rest of the country. And I'd like to ask, have any lessons been learned from that in terms of what are the things that the Western Cape is doing that the other provinces are not doing to attract investment, which then leads to job creation? On the FERs, I see that only 12 have been advertised and hopefully appointed soon. But what about the others? Because when we first heard about the vacancies, it was, I think, close to 40 FERs that needed to be appointed. And when will those appointments be finalized? Is it really a budget issue or other issues affecting that outcome? Then, very concerning, we heard from the IDC a couple of weeks ago, 43% of targets achieved. What is being done to address that? Because the IDC is the main DFI within the department. If the IDC is failing, then it calls into question really what are we doing as a country to drive investment into our growth sectors. Then on the battery manufacturer issue, I'd like to know, is the intention to build local batteries driven by the need for localization, or is there going to be a global competitive element to this decision? Because what I'm worried about is that once we start making batteries in this country, we might find that importers of batteries are having to face import duties because our local manufacturers can't be globally competitive. So what is the plan to make sure that our local battery manufacturing capacity is globally competitive, not just to supply our local needs, but also to supply the international markets? Then on the SEZs, when we went to see the SEZs in KZN and
Member Chance, we are losing you now. Member Chance.
On the specific,
If you can move to a safer place, Member Chance, we can't hear you.
can't hear me. Okay, sorry. Let me
That's
just
better
try
now.
and change my internet
Yeah,
connection.
you were saying that when we visited KZN, SCZ, and Gauteng, SCZ, and then you disappeared from there.
Oh, sorry. I'm back now, am I? Am I back?
Yes, you are. We can hear you.
Yes, you can
Okay.
proceed.
No, I was just concerned about the discussions with Treasury over the investors in getting the tax was hampering their ability to investment. Then on the Messina Mercado litigation regarding the coal mining and the construction of the ferrochrome smelter, and the recent court action from a lawyer who's now trying to get MEC to publish the bioregional plan for the Vemby district, which would have a massive impact on the likelihood of that ACZ actually panning out. So I'd just like to ask, are discussions underway with Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, Minister of Water, Minister of Minerals, to maybe have a rethink of this SEZ, because the concept is over 10 years old before the new decarbonisation, diversification, digitization strategy of the department, which calls into question the rationale behind this SEZ. Then on the APDP, the Mahindra investment, I wasn't quite sure whether that's a SKD or a CKD investment, and the industry seems to be very opposed to any SKD investments because of the lack of employment. So what is the plan now to try and get motor manufacturers to commit to complete knockdown assembly plants? The 250 billion rand investment commitments that you told us about, over what period are those investments expected to be spent? Then in the metal recycling sector, there are discussions supposedly underway between the DTIC and Treasury. I have been in touch with the Deputy DG, Christopher Axelson, on this matter because of the continuing existence of the price preference system and the export tax, which is severely hampering the recyclers and really resulting in a large transfer of income to the mini mills at the expense of the recyclers. So what is the status of those discussions to try and create more of an equilibrium between the mills and the recyclers? On the SABS, we haven't seen any sign of the report from TSU that was commissioned by Minister Tau over a year ago. And I'm very concerned that the ongoing problems at the SABS have not been properly ventilated. I see that the acting CEO of the SABS is on this call. Perhaps he could possibly answer that question. I'd also like to get a view on the DTI's view on the national gambling tax, which the Treasury proposed and which submissions closed for on Friday. Does the department support this tax? What is its view on whether the tax should be imposed, and if so, at what rate? On the incentive side, obviously we're concerned as a committee about the film sector, and in discussions with the Deputy Finance Minister, Ashwin Sarupan, the indication was strongly there that money can be made available because of the 5-to-1 multiplier of investment in that sector in terms of return on investment. So what moves are being made? I understand that a meeting should have taken place on the 26th of February with the sector, but that was postponed because of the budget, but it hasn't been rescheduled. So DG, what is the status of that meeting? Because obviously this is a massive issue which has caused a lot of consternation amongst the industry, which is shedding jobs hand over fist. Then on the GBS side, concerns have been expressed that artificial intelligence is going to decimate that sector because the human element can easily be replaced by technology. And is there a concern in the department that AI could really make inroads and make many of those jobs that are being created now redundant? Sorry, I've got a couple more questions, but I think we have time. On the ferrochrome side of things, there seems to be a lot of foot dragging here, both by Eskom and NERSA, resulting in the pretty much the last remaining smelters being closed down. But what is the department doing to try and encourage these smelters to invest in wheeling of electricity from renewable suppliers to make their electricity costs significantly lower? Because the cost of renewable energy is so much lower than what Eskom could supply. And this would seem to me to be an option for these smelting companies to maintain operations. On the transformation fund, I'm still very concerned about the Afrexim Bank loan because loans have to be repaid. And as we know in this sector, the impairment rate is very, very high as 30 to 40% in some instances, which will mean that the transformation fund won't be able to repay those loans. So I want to know what is the status of discussions with the National Treasury on whether that loan will actually be approved and what are the terms of that loan. And then the final question is incentives. 46.5% is available to be spent in the fourth quarter. And Honourable Thring was talking about fiscal dumping. That's a heck of a lot of money to spend in one quarter. Why is it so big? And what do you anticipate the money being spent on? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So if you see slide 12, there is like 4 entities that are below 70% of the, in terms of the percentages. I think Member Chance only referred to IDC. There is 3 others. If you can just give us a response, what is happening, given the fact that we are at the tail end of Q4 now, what is the status? Thank you. If you can just give us a first round of response, because we still have time. Over to you, Deputy Minister.
It's DG. I can start the process of answering with your permission, and then the Deputy Minister can also support along with the colleagues as it were. Once again, Chair, as it is established practice and to which we continue to be committed to and perform against, we will answer all of these questions individually in writing with the requisite amount of detail verified and authoritatively for the Chair and the committee's benefit. We will answer others here, but they will form part of the written response. And so please do indulge us, Chair. First, I've asked the team to source and avail a year-to-date performance report that shows where we stand with all the targets year-to-date. It will show where we have already recovered and where we may be struggling. And so when they are ready, I will ask Saroj to put that up for us if they are ready or she has started. Okay. So Chair, this just gives you a sense of year-to-date performance. And if you take that, so this is still Q3. Let's just see. Those are all the targets that have not been met, listed at the bottom there, 21 of them. If you go to the next slide, I just want to see. Next slide, please. Yeah. So, Chair, just trying to look. So what we look at there on the right-hand side is we speak about the state of completion of each target. So in relation to the entities, that 80% performance is not negotiable. It should have been 80% by the third quarter, and it should be in every quarter the case. And so we say not applicable because it's not negotiable. And we, as I indicated, work with each and every entity after each quarterly review, but also on a monthly basis in driving them for performance and assisting them where there is any assistance required. The next item that speaks to underperformance is staff engaged through a survey that's in the CMSB branch. That appointment of a service provider has been done. The work will start, and so it's there. It was a timing issue and a procurement issue to get to appointing the service provider who will assist the department in resetting its organizational cultural outlook into one of an employer of choice, a caring employer, an employer who nurtures and develops its employees, and not have disengaged employees forming part of a team that is meant to drive economic recovery, as it were. When we speak about the 65% in relation to AFCTA, there we have countries that have started trading under the AFCTA. Now, their chair, we do quite a lot of work in engagement with countries on the continent, encouraging them to domesticate the various protocols of the AFCTA, availing ourselves as sounding boards and advisors to some of them. So, for instance, in the recent past, we've had visits by Lesotho, we've had visits by Zimbabwe, and other countries who come and say, how did you do this? Can you assist us to achieve certain regulatory outcomes that allow us to do the work or the type of work that you are doing, whether it's in the space of SEZs or incentives or AFCTA protocols and domestication thereof. So these are the type of targets like this one, Chair, which is about increasing trade, particularly on the continent, which we say is the backbone of the country's export basket. And so we've put it there. However, it does depend on each country domesticating the protocols and actually trading fully under the AFCTA. And Chair, you will notice that we say 20 countries, but in brackets we say excluding SADC, because that has already been attained. So we've set a target to influence or assist other nations to optimally trade under the AFCTA, because that means increased trade for us as well. And yes, we have underperformed there. However, I think the committee will appreciate the nuances of national conduct and behaviors by other countries who will prioritize what they choose to for themselves and not necessarily for what South Africa would want to achieve. Trade relations with the US, I think all of that, Chair, is stuck in the tariff wars that were visited upon us and the rest of the world and have been renewed in a different form and guise now recently, despite the High Court ruling against their legality or otherwise. And so, Chair, no matter how much we tried and which we did and more, that target would be challenged and is unlikely to be met with the current administration in the US. But we will still work towards it. And where the committee desires proofs of evidence of those efforts, they will be duly provided, because not only do they exist, but they occupy us day and night in trying to achieve what we have sought to in this regard. 12 of number of issues in the SADC EU EPA. I will ask the colleagues in the trade branch when they do come in to elaborate on that. Suffice to say that in the nature of some of the negotiations, some of the things do take long, and some of them may be subject to mediation and otherwise from non-tariff barrier type of negotiations, as well as sanitary and phytosanitary requirements that may be there. But I'll ask the colleagues in the trade branch to speak to that. Same applies with the UK Draft Amendment Patents Act, ongoing work that is being done. And once it is signed off, I think it has been in this quarter already. Just can't recall. Those two, I think, are in the process of being managed. Now, Chair, let me go in this fashion, therefore, in this regard. The challenges in terms of the DPSA, Chair, is that in September 2024, the DPSA gave permission in the form of a letter by the executive authority, being the Minister of Public Service and Administration, writing to his counterpart, and gave the department permission to advertise 3 positions, DDG positions in the department, which had been long-standing vacancies and which unfortunately continue to hamstring us. And this is because the DPSA, in issuing that letter, consulted with National Treasury, confirmed the department's full compliance from budgetary considerations and any other requirement at the time. And so when the letter was issued, it was verification by the Department of Public Service and the ministry that we can proceed and advertise. The department did exactly that. And when it was ready to appoint, went back to the DPSA, who quite promptly initially raised an issue around whether job evaluations had been done. The department proved with a digital footprint that the job evaluations had been done, on what date they were done. Suffice to say that the executive authority at the time, in the person of Minister Patel, had not finally signed on those job evaluations. However, the Minister of Trade and Industry, newly appointed at the time, reviewed the job evaluations, satisfied themselves of their validity, used them as part of the advertising and recruitment process, and therefore authoritatively approved them in his capacity as minister. When we thought that problem was solved, the Department of Public Administration then came back with a new problem that seemed to say that the department is operating under a structure that is not necessarily approved by the DPSA. Chair, noting that the DPSA had issued a letter that said you comply with everything, proceed. The DPSA then remembers this fact, which the department vehemently disputes and is challenging, hence the escalation to the ministers to resolve. Suffice to say that regardless of that, there is an ongoing process that had been started of a fit-for-purpose structure, which the independent consultant who was appointed to assist the department therewith in the person of DTIC, in their own expert advice and assessment, have said to us that it would not be in the best interest of the department to fundamentally change the structure and restructure now, and that the department would need to complete what we were discussing earlier in the form of the culture survey and the cultural realignment inside the department. Chair, you will know the famous phrase that says, culture eats strategy for breakfast, and GTIC is basically confirming that and saying to us that no matter how much restructuring we can do, if we don't have the culture in the department that is suitable for performance, the structure will not necessarily lead to success. And so we are sitting in a situation where a contracted expert who's part of the government ecosystem says to us, hold on with your restructuring, focus on your cultural exercise. A Department of Public Service and Administration that says advertise because you are compliant, and then suddenly retracts on its commitment. We are trying to resolve it, Chair, and we will do our damnedest to make sure that we appoint these DDGs. So grave was this requirement for the minister. He called for these interviews, if I remember, I can't remember whether it was a Saturday or a Sunday, but it was a weekend because he wanted to complete this work. And it is unfortunate that we've not been able to do so. Chair, I'm just going to focus on a few other areas before I let my other colleagues come in. AfriExim is not a loan to the state, Chair. The loans will be given to industries themselves. They will apply directly, in some cases, to AfriExim itself, others through the Transformation Fund. The repayment thereof is to the industries themselves. There is no fiscal contributions and no fiscal obligations. This was exactly the misunderstanding that delayed the signing of this establishment for the last 18 years, because there were indications by some that there was a fiscal burden that was going to be added to South Africa. And after 18 years, the department has been able to prove that there is no fiscal burden. It is going to be based on criteria set by AfriExim jointly with the Transformation Fund, which will include understanding the ability of the applicant to repay their loan, including, Chair, the fact that we have a few key elements of the Transformation Fund that will safeguard this fund and its funds. One of them is that of telemetry, which means that to the extent that some of the SMMEs that will be funded, they'll be capacitated. We've got first access to market, access to finance, access to capability, and telemetry as the 4 pillars of the Transformation Fund. What that means is access to finance is exactly what AfriExim does. Access to market is that we will work with the companies, particularly the small ones, if it's in agro-processing and aggregating their work and getting them to market and assist them to export as well as to supply locally. So we are taking the responsibility of trying to empower beyond just the funding and assisting with access to the market. Access to capability is that non-financial support work that gets done in the background to make sure that these companies also are able to fulfill their role and obligations in terms of how they manage themselves, the funds available to them, and the businesses that they run. And the telemetry is the monitoring platform to which all the applicants will be plugged into. And so we should be able to have a degree of visibility and insight into the performance of the companies themselves and be able to determine if they are distressed and are struggling, and try to assist where we can in ensuring that they meet their obligations to the fund proactively. So, but the direct answer, it is not a loan to the state, Chair. 46% in incentives, the bulk of that actually, Chair, or part of it, I know it sounds like 46%, it was under R1 billion that was allocated to this SEZ. It's mainly in the SEZ space. And much of that will be dispersed to Nyanza for the platform that will be built at Richards Bay. We can provide, if necessary, through the incentives branch, a blow-by-blow line item indication of the budget spend that has been committed to, which is due to be completed by the end of this financial year. Ferrochrome, I think, Chair, that work is continuing. You would have seen pronouncements as late as yesterday by Minister of Electricity, Ramaphosa. This is work, Chair, that as a department, we as a department may never be able to issue a media statement about, but that we participate in, contribute to, and in some cases lead. But obviously the execution sits in other government departments. And this speaks to the centrality of the Department of Trade and Industry to the economy, but also the fact that industrial policy and economic growth are the responsibility of more than just the department. And therefore our success depends on other departments collaborating with the Department of Trade and Industry and contributing to our work as well. As it were, Chair, the announcement by the Minister was actually finalizing the work that has been done with Samenco and Glencoe, and Minister, in collaboration with ourselves, will be looking at opening, by the end of this calendar year, probably another 6 to 10 smelters. There's been challenges. We've not finished this work, Chair, when we took it to Cabinet from cluster in collaboration with Minerals and Energy, as well as Electricity as departments and National Treasury. There were a whole lot of elements that are associated with it. It was the price of electricity, the trade measures that needed to support this, and the logistical elements. And so the electricity matters have been resolved. The tariff has been agreed to at 62%, at 62 cents per kilowatt hour. The logistics remain a challenge, and some of the work that we reported on in relation to traction and the locomotives that will come in will begin to address that. There are many moving parts. The department is doing optimally what it can with the resources available to it. Films and GBS, Chair, I'm happy to hear that Member Chance, in the collaboration of the Deputy Minister, may be able to secure us additional funding. It's something we have failed to do despite our best efforts, and so any advice and assistance will be appreciated, Member Chance. We will engage with the Deputy Minister and see. Suffice to say that in relation to GBS, the National Treasury was actually saying to the Department of Trade and Industry, we must take money from SCZ Fund and fund GBS and films. Chair, it would be suicidal to defund the SCZ space, which in its very nature results in improvements in the gross fixed capital formation index of the country, creates jobs, creates factories, contributes to industrialization, and to do so at the expense of what Member Chance is already raising in terms of the trickiness and the challenges with some of the new sectors where the jobs can be compromised quite easily, and you would be left with that investment disappearing before you've even switched off the lights. At least in the case of the SCZs, if someone does disinvest, we can find another investor to come in and reinvest. In the case of GBS, they move with their laptops and their contracts to the next country that offers them the highest incentive scheme that that country can afford, which would mean at the time that this country cannot afford that. In terms of FERs, we will be appointing these 12. It's actually 12 plus 3. 3 priority markets being Brussels, China, and the US, and the remainder being the 12, inclusive of the 3 that will be going to Geneva. Chair, it's a function of a budget and nothing else. If we could do all of them, we would, but it's a function of budget availability. The EV battery manufacturing capability that is sought is not premised on import substitution and localization. Yes, localization is key. It is premised on integrating into a global automotive supply chain and part of the greening of industrialization in South Africa, supported by the EU in the form of CTIP. And so the idea is to create a capability that will form part of the automotive build of some of the OEMs, or if not as many of them as possible, and ensure that we play, as it were, in the same fashion that we played in the manufacturing of the catalytic converters, where we became the lead because we held the minerals that were input for that in the form of platinum. And so if we can replicate that success in the form of EV batteries, I think the country would move forward. Chair, in terms of sugar, noting that many of the issues are still subject to the ongoing litigation that has been unfortunately visited upon us, it is key to note that the IDC is opposing the application for liquidation The department, in the person of the minister, is opposing litigation. Different role players in the sugar sector have either joined as friends of the court or as direct litigants. And the only reason, Chair, is that no one believes that Tongaat is ripe for liquidation, and that the originally voted for business plan by the creditors should either be executed as voted for, or a new plan should be considered and voted for. And so liquidation is an option that is not being entertained by the sector. Chair, without compromising the affidavit that Minister will be signing tomorrow, the plan is to prevent the failure of Tongaat through either the execution of the plan as it was approved, or finding new strategic equity partners who will do the same. And I think the less said at this point until the court pronounces, the better, Chair, with your permission. Chair, on WTO reform, as asked by Member Freen, Chair, I think the starting point here was that we chaired the G20 at the time when there was fragmentation and direct attack to the multilateral system and the WTO itself. And so it is, Chair, that the best outcome that we could have hoped for is a recommitment by all members of the WTO, as well as the G20, less the US, because indeed they chose not to. But for all of those ministers under the leadership of South Africa to sit in one room and commit to continued trade activity multilaterally under the rules, as it were. And so, Chair, we might have different interpretations and approaches to what the data is saying. My personal view is that while we admit that trade under the WTO may have been reduced from being about 83% of global trade to being about, I think, 75 or so of global trade, it is quite telling that the biggest economy in the world has actually failed to destroy global trade under the multilateral rules. Yeah, if it was 20% less, 30% less, 40% less, 50, we would be trembling and saying that the assault has been severe. I think the resilience of the WTO, the commitment of countries like South Africa to it and its rules, and the role that we played using our chairpersonship of the G20 should never be underestimated. And we will continue to do that work, even if we sit uninvited in the G20. We will continue to do that work, and we do it in SACU, we do it in SADC, we do it in the AFCTA, we do it in the AU, we do it in the UN, and we will do it in the WTO itself on the 26th of March when Minister attends the ministerial in Yaoundé. The areas of focus in relation to the reforms dealt with various issues, including, amongst others, progress in dealing with challenges in relation to agriculture and trade in agriculture, issues around e-commerce that we continue to discuss the moratorium on. I mentioned the investment facilitation work. Chair, the issue of dispute resolution mechanisms within the WTO continues also to be an area of focus. And so when the ministers meet, they met on the sidelines of the G20, they met on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum. They will meet again on the 26th to the 30th of March, and will make decisions around what reform, as it were, the WTO and what it should look like. And so if the colleagues in the trade branch wish to add, it will be availed the opportunity to them at a slightly later stage. The beneficiation index, Member Friend, we take this and I will take the responsibility of working with the team to establish such an index should it prove to be feasible. It is a monitoring tool, as it were, and I think we should consider it. And at the right time, when we have done the work, we will come back to you about it. In my recollection, this is the second time you have raised the matter with us, and we will work on it and apologize that we have not moved and progressed at the speed that you desire, but we will do the work of establishing such should it prove to be feasible. Chair, I'm trying to think in terms of the vacancies. What we sit with, Chair, is as follows. 5 batches in total. So basically, we go through a process of each branch prioritizing what role should be appointed, at what level, job evaluations are done, job descriptions are reviewed, funding and availability is assessed. And then we go through the recruitment process of advertising, panels, interviews, and so on. Up to now, 32 appointments have been made of the 182. That is just about under 20% performance. We are catching up using budget availability as reviewed by the CEO and CFO and availed on a month-to-month basis. To this end, we have advertised 68 positions, shortlisted 59, interviewed 46, and 30 are awaiting appointment, which means that at the very least by the end of this financial year, we would have appointed 62, which would be just over 30% performance in relation to the 182 vacancies, considering that the moratorium was only lifted in the very early parts of this financial year. And so this work started well into the financial year. And I think the team has done fairly well despite delays that we could have improved on and that we will improve on as we continue to do this work in the department. Chair, I'm trying to see what could be terminal. APDP, Chair, we will continue to monitor and we'll continue to do the amendments. We need to go on consultation with industry. The team that is working on this, I think we're given until today to finalize certain provisions that look at how do we improve the APDP and use it to continue to address issues of deindustrialization and the challenge of imports that are coming through. And so we should be able to report on that work. The Mahindra work, I believe, was more an increase in the volumes. It is still a semi-knockdown facility that will migrate to a complete knockdown facility and full assembly in due course. But it was increasing the volumes produced from that facility. Member Chance, we've not looked at the brilliance and performance of the Western Cape per se. If you have any insights that you would like to share, and if we can engage our own colleagues in the Department of Economic Development and the Development Agency there, we will try to understand what the Western Cape is doing. Suffice to say that in the GBS sector, or the film sector, I think it was, the indication was that the province was able to avail additional funding to the tune of 10,000 rands per job created. And that would therefore mean that each province would have to find money to enhance its offering for a specific set of incentives. And once we have ascertained what the Western Cape is doing, we will share it with the rest of the country so that they too can benefit from this knowledge and consider if and how to adopt similar approaches within the fiscal constraints that they may be having in this regard. Chair, the SABS and TSU reports. Happy to report, Chair, that the last 3 reports have finally been signed by the Minister and availed to the SABS board. They're being processed by the board, and at the right time, when the board finally appears in front of, or when the entity finally appears in front of the committee to report on its work, some of those reports, depending on the nature, content, and information they contain, and the extent to which they may or may not be linked with upcoming processes, both internally and outside, particularly in relation to litigation, that information will be shared. Suffice to say that we may not have communicated. It was not because nothing was being done. It was simply that the service provider was quite thorough, in our view, in wanting to finish the work that they were doing. And that did lead to some of the delays. And whilst we appreciate the frustration in the delays, Chair, we are better served completing the work properly and to our own satisfaction and that of the service provider, so that there are no excuses when the recommendations are being implemented and we don't have to question each other about whether or not the investigations themselves were done properly. Lastly, Chair, before I open to any of the colleagues, if I've missed anything of note, the National Treasury's public comment process on the gambling tax, Member Chance has the privilege of having met with ourselves on this matter. The department will comment and engage directly with the Minister of National Treasury in this regard. Suffice to say that we believe that there's a need for further consultation between the two departments. Whilst tax is the National Treasury and SARS and Revenue Services mandate per se overall as an ecosystem, in the gambling space, this is a concurrent responsibility that includes provinces. And so there is a need to ensure that we align government fully, both between the two departments, but also between the various spheres of government, being provincial and national. And so, Chair, I think, again, the committee and ourselves will be best served by the work being done with the department and ensuring that by the time it closes, there is alignment, including on whether or not, for instance, or how you tax an activity that may, in certain cases, be illegal to the extent that it is not licensed. And so there's quite a few sets of issues that would need to be addressed. And without Chair trying to go much further, and with your permission, would request that I stand down and submit. And if Chair allows, and there are members from our team that wishes to add, Chair will indulge them. However, this marks the last contribution on my part, and I thank you, Chair, and members for the questions and hope that we have served you well in this regard. Thank you, Chair.
I assume the members from trade are coming in. That's why I'm quiet.
Colleagues, do any of you wish to add anything? If there is nothing, I can't see the hands, Chair. Anyone, colleagues, who wishes to add anything?
None from my side, DG. Thank you.
Chair, it looks like the team is comfortable that we have answered as many, and as we have, we commit to submit in writing, Chair, unless Chair wishes to guide us on specific questions that may not have been answered. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, Mr. Gama and Mr. Chance raised their hands, Chair.
Yes, in that order. Yes, Member Gama and Member Chance.
And Mr. Thrin, Chair.
Okay.
I'm waiting for Mr. Gama.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to everyone. I think most of my questions have largely been dealt with, but I don't think I heard about what is being done to deal with the performance deficiencies at the Export Credit Insurance Company, IDC, International Trade Admin, ITEC, and the NRCS. I'd also like to get a sense about the sectoral trade tensions which are contributing to the lower exports in the food, the non-metal, and the glass and glass products. Are there any specific interventions that the DTIC is working on in terms of that market diversification program? And then when it comes to the Africa, the Comprehensive Africa-China Economic Partnership Agreement, can you just share with us what are the salient elements of that particular program? And then, DG, I think I heard you say that the economy had grown by 1.3% in the last year. I'm not sure where you get that from, because first quarter was 0.1, 0.9 second quarter, and 0.5 in the third quarter. But maybe those are indications that are being projected. My particular priority in this is that if we had appropriate economic growth, we would see rapid employment taking place. And amid any corrective actions that need to take place, I really need to understand from the DTI's perspective where it thinks it should focus on in order to catalyze economic growth in the country. What are the key programs that it thinks it can contribute towards this very, very important and apex priority? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a couple of follow-ups, if I may. I'd like the DG just to take us into his confidence on this culture intervention, please, which sounds interesting. And why was it necessary to have this intervention? What was identified as being a problem within the DTIC's culture that needs to be changed? And how far has that process gone before you can then get your new structure approved? And then regarding the telemetry platform for the Transformation Fund, what I read about that, both from within the department, the NEF, and comments from the private sector, indicate that it's a highly complex piece of work that needs to be undertaken. I'd like to know how is it being built, who's building it, and when is it likely to be launched? When will it be functional? And what are the sort of the basic things that it's going to measure? You know, telemetry is about measurement. So I presume it's about monitoring and evaluation. Perhaps you could just elaborate on that, please, DG. And then the final thing was, there are actually two. The comments on the Messina Mercado SEZ, which I mentioned regarding its rationale in the face of opposition from many quarters. And then the question of the recycling, the metal recycling versus the mini mills, and the coexistence of the export tax and the price preference system. Thank you very much, Chair.
Member Train.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I may have missed the answer to my one question, which I didn't hear being answered, and that is with regards to the spatial distribution of disbursements, excluding the Northern Cape. And if so, why is that the case? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there further hands? I can see there's a hand somewhere.
Jesus. Chair, there's no further hands, Chair.
Okay. DG, I'm not too sure how to phrase this, but you have brought the entire team in the meeting to give you support, and the sense I'm getting from members is that, including myself, we're not necessarily satisfied with the questions, with the answers we have provided, and I do believe that some of the members here should be taking responsibility and answer, especially for their section, so that we have a sense of what is happening. For instance, the question that we've been asking about the 4 entities that are below 80% or even 70% for that matter, which is ITEC, ITC, NRCS, and the other one. We are not getting a sense of colleagues taking us into confidence, and I'm not sure on what basis then you expect us to accept this report and say, no, you spoke, we spoke, the meeting is over. I don't think that's the culture that we want to establish as this portfolio committee. I do wish, DM, that you perhaps intervene and we are given something of substance, because I don't think that we've been properly answered here. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think let us start with the culture and ask DDG Sarah if she is on the platform to just give us an indication of how that came about as an exercise. And then we will ask the entities, those that are in attendance, to answer to their performance as well, Chair. And then we will get inputs from other colleagues, which I will structure for the committee, but for purposes of time and commencing. DDG Sarah, if you are on the platform, on the culture, and then the CEOs or representatives of entities that have performed below the 80%, as it were. With your permission, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. Thank you, Chair. Regarding the organizational culture project, this emanated from the merger of the former 2 departments. As you would know, that the DTIC came about through the merger of the former DTI and the former Department of Economic Development. And therefore, it was important for us to ensure that that the values of the merged a new department, as it were, that we have common values in terms of how we conduct ourselves at work, how we do our work, the behaviors, so that they are shared to ensure that there's alignment that would promote high productivity. So that's how this project emanated, so that there's no misalignment in terms of how we do conduct our business across all the branches, but also to deal with some of the issues, to say what are the standards for us, because it's all at the end of the day, yes, it's about ensuring that our staff is engaged, but also to say how do we ensure that our focus is actually on service delivery. So but we need to get that, and like the DG has indicated, that you can come up with the grandest strategies and plans. So if the culture is not that of or aligned of high performance, and there are subcultures, chances are of you meeting your goals would be slim. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Chair. With your indulgence, Piwe, if it's fine. Thank you very much, and good morning to the Chair and to the members. Just for your comfort, Chair, we were just waiting for the DG to close out all the departmental questions and then hand over, obviously, to the entities. Certainly, I think in my context, in light of Mr. Chance's question, and certainly Member Gama's questions in respect of entity performance. So thank you for that. Ever mindful, Chair, of the concerns raised since the start of the year, given that in quarter 1 we were at 15%, quarter 2 just above 23%, and now quarter 3 at 43%. Chair, I do want to give the committee some comfort in that we have certainly demonstrated some momentum in our core mandate delivery matrix over the last 3 quarters, with disbursements currently having increased to 14.3 billion from 10.9 billion in quarter 3, Chair. FY 2024, I guess when compared to FY 2024-25, tracking certainly well towards the annual target, Chair, of 17.9 billion as we speak. We've also certainly strengthened our collections to 9.7 billion, which is an important indicator which supports balance sheet sustainability and liquidity management efforts, Chair. And on the financial matrix end, our total assets also rose to 129 billion year on year, Chair, driven mainly by growth in loans and advances and fair value movements. Where we certainly, Chair, what I wanted to highlight is momentum in as far as just key highlights in the last bit. I did highlight the on-balance sheet disbursements, which is money into the economy, more importantly. That's the important one. And funds that have been crowded in from other funders. We're sitting at about 23 billion, Chair, which is about 102% of quarterly target. And so that has been an important one, as well as electricity generation capacity, Chair, which is 185 of the quarterly target, Chair, that has been reached. Where we continue, and this has been a theme, and this is commensurate with the DG's opening comments and reflections and what has happened in the globe and its impact certainly in our own ecosystem, is on exports, which have lagged behind the target throughout the last 3 quarters, Chair. And that's something that has remained an area of concern as far as really closing out the target for the year, as well as jobs lagging behind, Chair. What I wanted to also highlight, given obviously the lag, you approve a transaction. However, you've still got to clear the legals and clear condition precedents, which can take time, given obviously the complexities that sit behind a particular transaction, which I'm sure Mr. Gama would fully appreciate. But what I think may be helpful, Chair, for purposes of the committee, notwithstanding obviously the granularities that sit behind a 43% achievement, is we're sitting with a pipeline currently of about 21.4 billion, which is expected, should we be able to clear it, to create and save about 19,000 jobs, Chair. And this is really what we are proactively working through, Chair, that should hold us in good stead in meeting the obligations that we've set ourselves for the current year in question, Chair. So it really is a lag in many respects, but given what I think is in the purview and in the business and currently being processed, we believe to a large extent, by the areas of concerns that we've repeatedly reflected or flagged throughout the year, which are as a consequence, I think, of what's happened in the globe, especially as it relates to exports, is perhaps maybe one area where we will struggle to close, Chair. But we should be able to fulfill the obligations and commitments that we have made for the current year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. If I may chip in, my name is Gilbert Mapula. I'm the acting CEO of the Export Credit Agency. I think by and large, what Pew was reflecting on the exports, it's very much what we are facing as ECIC. We have transactions where we've negotiated policies, but due to some factors that are beyond our control, they've been delayed. For example, the Mosel LNG project, we have signed the policies, we have ticked off on the CPs. However, the delay came from the US. The US Exim Bank is providing about $5 billion of funding to this project. So late last year, they went through a government shutdown. So US Exim could not go to its board, to get reauthorization. So they have been embarking on that process now. So we're hoping that they will finalize, the review that they're doing before the end of this month. We have been talking to Total about it, and they have expressed concern because they've already restarted the project. However, they expressed optimism that that process will be concluded. So if everything is done, we're expecting about 2.6 billion rand worth of premium from that project. Then the other project that I can refer to is Sarimo. It's a water treatment plant project in Angola. We have signed the policy. We've ticked off on the CP. The only CP that's outstanding is the fees that government needs to pay. So we have been following up, and we've been getting good feedback in that the government has already instructed the Central Bank of Angola to process the payment. And if everything goes well, we should be able to declare that policy effective before the end of March. In fact, in the next 2 weeks. And we're expecting to get about 319 million worth of premium. Then the other large transaction that we've got, which we've already done already, is the yellow equipment, to the DRC. This transaction is about $450 million, and we are covering about 308 million of that transaction. Again, here, we've had to ask the LTA to do some technical work, looking at the environment, the suitability of the equipment, the logistics around that. And also, one of the concerns that we had was the war in the East, which has seemed to subsided. We have even met with the Minister of Infrastructure last week to gain more insight in terms of, the peace process that they've embarked on, how long will they finalize the peace agreement? What does it entail? Are they going to cope the M23 or not? So he gave us a lot of insight and a lot of comfort around that because we're quite worried about it. However, now there's all, we're doing everything we can to get that transaction over the line. Hopefully, we can close it before end of this month. If not, then it will be closing in April. All the CPs have been met. There were just a couple of changes that we needed to do and also to update the committees. And from that transaction, we're expecting to get about 317 million rand worth of premium. So the cumulative value of this project is about 21 billion rand of export that will be adding. In terms of performance, year to date, if you look at our financial performance, we have made profits up to about 1.6 billion. And then the solvency cover ratios and the economic cover ratios that we use to measure our risk, they're very healthy. We can take more projects. And our pipeline is about 5 billion. We just completed our strategic session, I think last week. We went through our strategic plan for 26, 27, and then also for the 5-year tour. And it's looking very positive. I think the problem that we have is some of the global challenges that have been happening and the regional issues have had a lot of impact on our business. And that's why we're expecting these delays. Some of it is not planned. These are things that are happening intermittently, and we have to adjust. And it does take a bit of time because we're dealing with very large infrastructure projects, that require a lot of capital. So if we were just to round up on Mosel LNG, there are 2 ECAs that we drew, the UK EF from UK and Australians from Netherlands. So the sponsor have had to come up with a plan to plug the gap. So these are engagements that do not take a week or two. They do take some time, to negotiate and agree upon. So I'm just highlighting this as some of the factors that have been contributing to the delays. but we are doing everything we can, to get, all these projects over the line and to support SA exporters to participate in these projects. I'll pause there.
Good afternoon, Chair and honorable members of the committee, colleagues at the DTIC. My name is Duncan Mutengwe from the NRCS, and I would like to just talk to the reasons why we were unable to perform in some of the targets that we have set for ourselves, in particular looking at Q3. Q3, we had 8 targets that we had to perform against. And out of the 8 targets, we were able to meet 5, and we could not meet the 3 targets. Looking at the previous 2 quarters, we were performing at 88%, constantly so. However, in Q3, we were at 63%. The first target that we couldn't meet, Honorable Chair, is with regards to the approval of products. As it is known from the NRCS's perspective, that products that are covered within our scope need to go through an approval process so that they can be granted with the permit to be traded in the market. In this particular case, our target was 98% of applications being processed within 90 calendar days. Our performance was at 95%. And the reason that contributed to that in the main is high number of applications that we received owing to the festive seasons, particularly Q3. That's where we see a rise in terms of number of products, particularly within our electrotechnical space, which has quite a vast number of products that require approval. So we were unable in that particular area to meet the target. We came in with about 5,000 applications that we carried over within that particular unit, and we received another 6,000 applications, and we were able to deal with 6,700 applications, meaning that we still had around 3,800 applications that we carried over coming to Q4. At this particular time, we believe that continual application of risk-based approach will assist, considering that we are quite limited in terms of the number of human resources that are allocated for this particular activity. But at the same time, we are improving our processes by moving through to digitization. The second target that we couldn't meet was in regards to the implementation of our approved stakeholder engagement plan. Our target was to implement 97% of that plan. We were unable to reach that. We're only performing at 92%. And the biggest challenge there was the availability of some of the stakeholders that were not available around that time. These engagements target mainly the industries that we regulate, and in particular associations. And that's where we discuss challenges that the industry is facing, and also communicating some of the expectations from the regulator's perspective. But including to that is also our programs to outreach to consumers so that they can be informed about the work of the NRCS. So we have rescheduled some of the missed engagements for the previous quarter, and will be incorporated going forward into Q4. Then the last target that we couldn't meet, Honorable Chair, is with regards to the vacancy rate, where we have set for ourselves 10%, understanding that we obviously cannot go anything above that in terms of what is required as a public entity. We are only at 17% vacancy rate, and due to the moratorium that we have set in recognition of the financial struggles that the organization is facing, we are finding it very difficult to can meet that particular target, although we are now in the process of filling some of the prioritized positions where we look forward to see many of these positions filled in during the course of this financial year. Chair, I think I'll have to stop there in terms of the areas where we are unable to perform in accordance with our targets. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Philip Simila from ITEC. Let me as well speak to the poor performance in our case. Chairperson, the indicators that we normally would have met, but in this case, if I choose the first one, the eligible production certificate, the EPCs, we could not meet that indicator because when we were evaluating the certificates, there were the number of application or certificate requests that needed EV amendments to have been done. So we're not able to issue. In fact, we suspended those, but we're not able to issue them. And as such, it actually dropped that performance to about 38%. But again, Chair, we have a number of indicators which are entirely not in our control. If I may just indicate one, Chair, is the manufactured exports facilitated under ITEC rebates. Yes, the rebates are ITECs, but we get information from SARS, and as such, in every quarter, there's this lag. We can only get 2 months as opposed to the full quarterly values. In this case, Chair, we had 51 billion of the manufactured export as a value facilitated by our rebates, which was only the figures, for instance, for July and August. We did not have the September figure, and that figure was about 26 billion, which in a nutshell, when you add to what we've reported there, that indicator we would have met. But in actual fact, these indicators are not entirely upon us. While we issue the rebates, we depend on third party to get information, which is really dropped our performance as an institution. But however, we are also facing complexities lately in our investigations, particularly in trade remedies, where we are seeing an increasing volume of importers and exporters interested and are responding to our investigation. And according to our the way we do our investigation, we have to consider all those importers and exporters. There was an assumption made when we were designing this indicator, and the assumption was we use the best time scenario where it's one importer and one exporter in one country. But what we are seeing now, we're seeing many more than one importers and exporters, and it's more than one country in most cases. And because we are measuring the turnaround times, we have not been able to meet majority of those turnaround times, Chair, which, in a nutshell, it actually drops us. We have been hovering around 60 to 68% in terms of overall performance, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think that addresses the entities. I will ask as the trade colleagues to speak to the CAEPA on the trade side, as well as the sectoral trade tensions in the specific sector as cited by Member Gama. Trade. Lizelle, you were on the platform, or is it Elizabeth? Chair, if I may come in here, apologies. So the CAEPA is based on the government of China's decision.
Sorry, DG.
Yes,
I'm really concerned, man. I don't know. I just want the most appropriate word to use. This lack of cooperation from your colleagues is worrisome. Because the reason why we have different experts in different fields is for them to assist, and I get a sense of either you are overburdened as a DG, or you guys are building a new culture of not engaging, because this is strange. People don't want to talk in a portfolio committee meeting, and we want accountability, and we want people who understand these topics to speak so that we can engage with them. But I'm getting a sense that there is complete withdrawal from other managers. DM, I'm very much worried. I want you to address this issue, because that's the sense I'm getting, and we're not getting the best of what we're trying to get from the meeting. Over to you, DM.
Thank you, Chairperson, and your concerns are noted. Obviously, I don't have all the colleagues. I can't go to that page back and see which colleagues are online or are not online. But maybe if I can just share some of my remarks while the DG maybe tries to get hold of those colleagues so they can come in after me. But the concern is noted, and even there were only limited feedback from some of the entity CEOs who are also meant to be online. So I do agree with you on that. And I just would like to say from my end and from the DG's end and the individuals who have engaged, it's not a culture of not wanting to account. It may just be that, that they are just a bit slow to unmute their mic. So we'll just get on that. But from my side, Chairperson, I just want to say that I share your concerns about the missed targets, and to say that, the department does sit at the heart of driving economic growth in this country. And the way I see it is, if we pump in the blood, we get in the investments in, we are signing those inter-country MOUs and partnerships, and we're opening up these new markets. We do then need that blood to be pumped to the limbs, and our limbs are then our other, government departments and entities, and we do need them to do their part to get our country's economy growing. And just to say that these intergovernment relationships and engagements across all three spheres of government are ongoing. I do just want to add to the targets, the missed targets as it relates to legislation. And, there is a commitment that we are going to address these missed targets when it comes to legislation. Legislation is a lengthy consultative process, as you are aware. But I do want to take the opportunity to maybe also encourage, members of this the honourable members of this committee, either in their individual capacity as members of parliament, but then also maybe as a committee, as a collective, to use your legislative powers and to draft those PMBs and committee bills where you feel necessary, so that we close the legislative gap from both ends, the executive end and from parliament end. So I just want to, thank the DG for answering the questions that he has, and the commitment that some of the questions will come in writing, but just also maybe to hand back to him to see if we do have those colleagues now online, if he's managed to reach them for their input.
Chair, again, apologies for this. The DDG responsible Ambassador Tolelwa is in a meeting with the EU as we speak. She had requested to be excused. Lizelle has just sent an indication that she's struggling to unmute. I don't know how DM sent it, but she sent a message. And I've asked Malusa to come and join Chair to try and give us the explanations from the Chair's side. While we wait for the branch to come in, on the telemetry, Chair, we can ask Dr. Susan Mangole to speak on that. Dr. Mangole?
Maybe just before Dr. Mangole, I see Member Chance quickly, and then you'll come in. Apologies for that. Member Chance?
No, it's fine. I can wait until the end, Chair. It's just one follow-up, but I'll wait until the end of the presentation.
Okay, no problem. You can proceed, DDG.
Thanks, Chairperson, and good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. Chairperson, with regard to the telemetry of the Transformation Fund, it will actually be built in partnership with private sector. Member Chance, it's right to say the private sector is saying that it's complex. It's because it's something that came through the commentary, but also we are working in collaboration with the sectors such as the financial sector, because for some of the ESD, they already have those telemetry, including in the ICT. So what the telemetry will then measure, honorable members, is that it will actually give real-time monitoring on the funded enterprises under the Transformation Fund. One of the key comments that came through as we were consulting on the Transformation Fund was the transparency in terms of who get funded and where are they located and how much and in what sectors. So we will be able to provide the real times in terms of that. And also because the Transformation Fund is designed to also offer non-financial support, we'll also be monitoring financial performance and other performance relating to those enterprises. So that actually will make sure that we are able to be accountable and transparent. And I think one of the other key elements that Mr. Honorable Chance asked was that when is it starting and how and who has been appointed to actually start with that. We are still in a process of the specification. What we are starting with is just to get from the different players to see what telemetry systems do they have and what will be the best that can actually be used for the Transformation Fund. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. We will ask DDG Makube to speak on the sectorial matters, particularly metals recycling and mini mills. DDG.
Thank you, DG. Good afternoon, Chair, and members. Let me respond to some of the few questions raised by Member Tring and Chance, particularly the relationship between the recyclers and mini mills when it comes to the usage of scrap metals. So the DTIC is reviewing the regulation of the scrap metals industry, given that it plays a critical role in steelmaking in the country. We have engaged the role players, the primary steel makers, as well as the mini mills, including the recyclers, who have made a submission to the department. So we are finalizing a submission to the minister to make a decision which will then be shared with the industry. During the engagement on the steel master plan, the industry asked the minister to lead on this matter. And we are ready to do that, including looking at the market structure. And you would have seen that the Competition Commission has done the seizure of the information in some of the mini mills in the country. Particularly, there are allegations that they are fixing the market and colluding, particularly with regards to the price or prices which are paid to the recyclers. So we will then allow the Competition Commission to finalize on that. It is concerning because as government, we also want to bring in competition through the support of the mini mills, including a fair payment to the recyclers. So we assist with that matter, and once the investigation has been finalized and the minister has taken a decision, the committee will be briefed appropriately. The other issue which I just want to emphasize, but the DG has answered it, is that we are working on the issue that Member Tring raised on the beneficiation index. We are working with the Department of Petroleum and Mineral Resources regarding the implementation of the critical minerals master plan or strategy. As you know, the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition has been given the responsibility to lead on the localization. So we have had engagement with the department. We now have plans to institute the development real of the strategy and track investments that are being made in various subsectors of the minerals. There are developments with regards to the investments in the battery industry for mobility and stationary applications. So the IDC is making investments, including supporting some of the investors in the vanadium sector, in lithium. So we want to track that and then make pronouncements for or including indicators on where the opportunities lie in the value chain, as well as attracting international investors in some of the sub sectors of the minerals, particularly with regards to the processing of those minerals in the country. So yeah, those are the answers. Thanks, teacher.
Through you, we will ask the incentives branch led by DTIC Justice to speak to special distribution and the exclusion of the Northern Cape. Over to you.
Thank you, DG. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. With regards to the special distribution of the disbursement, Chair, Northern Cape, Free State and Northwest have been challenging provinces in terms of uptake of the offering that the department has to offer. And as such, within the department, we do have a unit that promotes our offering in all provinces. I think it would mean we would just have to probably change our approach and have a targeted approach, especially in those three provinces. But Northern Cape has been the hardest province in terms of coming forward. What we tended to have, it's probably the big mining companies in the past that have accessed our offering. Companies like Yokalahadi, manganese in the mining sector, they've accessed our offering, but it's not in the main. We don't tend to get the SMEs coming forward, but that's not due to lack of the department engaging local businesses and taking them through on how to apply. It's just that we don't get that response in spite of all the efforts that we put in making sure that businesses in the province are aware of what the department has to offer. That being the case, I think, Chair, we'll just have to double our efforts, go to the ground and make sure that we target businesses that could actually end up applying to our offering. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I've not received confirmation yet, but I think I'll take the risk. Malusa, were you able to join, or Lizelle, are you able to unmute now?
I have joined DG. Thank you.
In your absence, a question was asked around the CAEPA its key elements and what it means for the South African economy. Over to you.
Thank you very much, DG, and good morning, good afternoon to Chair and honorable members. In terms of the, in February, Minister Tau did sign a framework agreement on economic partnership for shared prosperity with China. And in short, we refer to it as CAIPA. So CAIPA is a framework agreement that provides an opportunity for South Africa and China to enter into 4 modules, which either side can decide which one to start with or which one, whether to enter in any of them. And the 4 modules is a module on trade, and another module will be on adding value to minerals, and then the 3rd module is on investment, and the 4th module is on digital trade. And the framework does not create any obligation on either side to conclude these modules, but it's a framework that aims that at some point each side can conclude these modules. The framework also provides for early harvest, meaning that if there are issues that each side would like to conclude earlier than the time to when it's time to negotiate the modules, each side can start with those negotiations. And to that effect, China then proposed an early harvest agreement that will allow South Africa to unlock the duty-free treatment that has been announced by China for African countries that it has diplomatic relations. In June 2025, China announced that it will be granting duty-free market access for African countries, subject to us signing the CAIPA. And the indication was that since all of us are members of the WTO, WTO does not allow a developing country to give another developing country duty-free market access. So in order to unlock this market access, then it became important that we need to have some kind of a reciprocal arrangement. So as we speak currently, then we are engaged in discussions with China on the early harvest. That will entail exchange of tariff offers from China and also a limited offer from our side to China. And in terms of the offer, there are principles that we are still discussing with constituencies in NETLAC, both business and labor. And some of them is around how can we exclude sensitive products. And we have agreed with China that whatever offer is provided, it will be in form, not in substance, meaning that all products that are sensitive to the South African economy will be excluded from the offer. And since as South Africa, we are also part of SACU in terms of Article 31, any trade arrangement we must negotiate as a bloc. So we are also involved in consultations with our partners in SACU around the engagement with China. So we hope that we'll do the national consultation within NETLAC, which will then help us to then engage more broadly later in March when the SACU senior officials meet to have a discussion and take a position that will then be tabled for ministers' considerations again after the senior officials of SACU. That will then lead us to having a first round of negotiations with China on the early harvest. And the indications was that we are still working to conclude by end of March, subject to us doing all this national consultation, regional, and then the engagements with the SACU. I will submit, DG. Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much. I think if I am looking, I just want to make sure there were issues around Mosina Mukado. I'm not sure which official in the branch. I know that we had Motuna acting there. Maudu, are you in, or is it going to be Sean speaking? Who's going to address Mosina Mukado in the litigation?
DG Sean
DG,
Sean, please.
afternoon to the chair and the members. It's Sean Moses from DTIC SEZ unit. Honorable Chance, yeah, so to your question, as indicated, and as you're also aware, there are two sections to Messina Mercado, the north side, which is in Messina, and then the south side. I think earlier on you had some disturbance with connectivity, but if I framed the question right, the first part was on the illegal mining activity, which was indicated initially on the south side. I think when we did also do our due diligence, and this is specific to the MC Mining Company, it was highlighted by the provincial department that MC Mining is not located within the boundaries of the SEZ designation area as well. And I think there was then subsequent steps also taken in terms of the permitting for that mining activity taking place as well. With respect to the northern side, post the committee engagement last year, there was also a follow-up oversight engagement by the select committee, and then the deputy minister in the presidency also visited Messina late last year as well to also do an oversight visit. So subsequently, what has been done, the provincial department has set up a provincial steering committee headed by the HOD within the province as well. And within that steering committee, Honorable Chance, there's opportunity then for all the departments, as you have highlighted, to participate and report back on that development to ensure that it is within the environmental compliance matrices. So what is being discussed in that steercom is elements of obviously the water, electricity, and then also potential environmental encroachment. From a DTIC perspective, DG also met with the DG Nachabeling, that was in December last year. And we have also now established terms of reference to set up a committee that will also monitor the implementation specifically on the northern side as well, to also ensure that it is within the compliance ratio. I think the committee will also be pleased to know that there has been a new CEO that has been appointed, and there has been significant actions being taken by the CEO to get that specific project back on track as well. So I think given the opportunity, we can also maybe provide a small feedback to the committee on what has been done to date since their last engagement on that. But I think to comfort Honourable Chance, and we've responded in one of the PQ questions as well, one specifically on the northern side, the Minister of Trade would still need to formally gazette the northern side. And I think that then acts as a fail-safe measure, because the province would then still need to come via the minister to request that final gazetting of the northern side. And by virtue of doing that, we will then also, as a triple layer, ensure that all the compliance elements has been met specifically to Messina Mercado. So, Chair, that would be my submission for now, and open for additional questions. Thank you very much.
Chair, I think unless I have missed something, we have covered all the questions with the exception of Member Gama's economic performance question, which basically answered is fairly straightforward, Chair. The performance of the economy in Q1 was a very low growth at 0.1. In Q2, 0.9, Q3, 0.5. The average of those three takes you to 1.3. The projected economic growth by all relevant authorities is taking us at anything between 1.3 and 1.5. And we continue to track that growth to ensure that we play our part in contributing and stabilizing, as it were. With that, Chair, I would request to hand over back to you. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. This really assisted because we got some of the answers. Member Chance, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Just 2 points. The first is related to what Dr. Makubi was talking about. And I just want Dr. Makubi's confirmation that the discussions are also including the Treasury, because if you recall, Minister Patel extended the price preference system literally days before the export tax was introduced, I think in 2021. But there was an explicit agreement that they won't coexist, and they still coexist. So that's why the discussions with Treasury have to form a part of this overall picture. And I wanted just to get Dr. Makubi's confirmation that he and the Deputy DG, Mr. Axelson in Treasury, are in contact, and when do those discussions seem likely to conclude. Then the next point is what Ms. Chowani was saying about the culture intervention. Now, I find it extraordinary that the departments merged in 2019. That's nearly 7 years ago. Why is it necessary to have a culture intervention that lasts 7 years, that hasn't yet concluded? You know, what is it about the culture that is so problematic that the merger of those 2 departments hasn't been resolved yet? So I just want to get some feedback on those 2 questions, please, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other members who want to raise something so that we can move towards conclusion of the meeting? Honorable members.
I don't see any hands of any other members, Chair.
Okay, over to you, DG and the team.
I thank you, Chair, and respectively once more, Makube, please indulge us, and then DDG Sarah to close. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair and DG. Yes, Member Chance, the tax is still valid until 2027. So we are working on the proposal. So Treasury is included in the review of the support measures in the industry. So it's the Economic Policy Division at the National Treasury, and through ITEC as well. All the reviews that are being made, Treasury is consulted through the Economic Policy Division. So Treasury is included in the review of the tax, which is valid until next year. So a decision will be made via the National Treasury, being the custodian of tax policy in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Makuba. DDG Sarah.
Thank you, DG. And yes, in response to the follow-up question posed by Honorable Member Chance, Honorable Member, you're correct that the 2 departments merged at the inception of the 6th administration. And when we started with what the DG referred to as the fit for purpose, organizational structure, basically reviewing our structure, and employing, bring on board GTIC, which is part of the National Treasury, to help us with aligning our structure to ensure that it's aligned with what we need to deliver on. It became apparent that the issues that we're dealing with are not just structural issues, but also we needed to look at the issue of the organizational culture. So, and these were the findings that we got from the report, and it is for this reason then that we then took a decision that we need to ensure that we not only deal with the organizational structure per se, but we create that conducive environment that that would ensure that as we come up with a aligned structure, that environment would be suited to ensure that we are able to deliver in terms of the aligned structure. Thank you, members. Thank you, DG.
Chair, can I just request? Can I just request, Chairperson? Sorry, that the department make that available, that GTAC report on the culture of the DTIC, because I think it's highly pertinent to what we as a committee are trying to achieve here.
We will certainly do that, Honorable Member Chance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will await your written reply on some of the questions, and we do want to emphasize the point that we have a responsibility in terms of the money bill to ensure that we hold the department to account. So when we ask some of these tough questions, we expect you to answer as a team so that we can get the best, because the people of South Africa are following the conversation that we're having. And we pin our hopes in the work that is done by the DTIC to ensure that there is economic growth in the country. People can have jobs, we can deal with poverty and inequality that exists in the country. So it's very important that the work that you do, you work collectively as a team, but also when you come to the portfolio committee, it's that moment once in 3 months where you should come and account and give full account of the work that you do, other than hiding on just questions or that you'll respond in writing. Because there are a number of people, as I'm saying, who are following the conversations that we're having. We want to assure them as the people of South Africa that we have a robust parliament that is holding the executive to account. So all the members who come and join the meeting, they must make sure that they respond appropriate. And I'm very happy with the subsequent turnaround DG that you did to bring those that are responsible for this work to speak to the committee. With those few words, Andre, is there any other item on the agenda we can close the meeting?
Chair, there's no further items on the agenda. Chair, you can conclude.
No, thank you very much. I'm not sure, maybe just before we close the meeting, I think the colleagues can be free to leave. I just wanted to check, because we've not been approving our minutes, if you are ready for the next maybe 20 minutes or so, because we're way on time today.
Chair, we probably could. May I suggest we do it tomorrow, Chair, if that will be in order, so we can get all the minutes in line, Chair? Would that be in order?
No, that's fine then.
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, colleagues. The meeting is officially adjourned.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.